Have you ever noticed how rain has a way of slowing the world down? It softens the edges of the day, turns streets into mirrors, and carries the scent of earth and wood smoke through the air. Tonight, here in Miller's Creek, the rain has been falling since afternoon, steady, unhurried, as if it means to keep us company for a while. In the small wooden house at the edge of town, a warm lamp glows on the porch, its light spilling into the dark like a quiet invitation. Inside, the air smells faintly of tea and cedar. The sound of rain tapping at the windows is matched by the low murmur of the creek beyond the fields. And somewhere within those walls, a story is waiting to be told, a story that belongs to nights like this, when the rest of the world can wait until morning. Perhaps it's a memory, perhaps it's just a moment in time. But if you're willing to linger here, you might find that Miller's Creek holds more than just the sound of rain. It holds the kind of stillness that lets you breathe again. So let's step inside, leave the rain on the porch, and let the night unfold. The rain had been falling since late afternoon, the kind that carries its own patience, settling into the soil and the shingles and the shoulders of anyone who stepped outside. It wasn't a hard rain, not even a determined one, just steady, like a quiet conversation kept between the clouds and the hills. At Miller's Creek, where the road bent around the old sycamore and followed the water like a ribbon, the rain stitched the town and the fields into one shimmering piece. Roofs grew dark, fences glistened, and the creek itself, so often a silver line in daylight, became a soft, moving shadow along the pasture. Mr. Harlan stood on his porch, out of the rain, one palm around the cool body of the brass lamp he kept by the door. The lamp's glass had a faint milkiness to it, a light fog of years that took the sharp edge off brightness and gave back something kinder. There was a small ritual to lighting it, one he had made careful over time. He would check the wick, breathe a little onto the glass, wipe it with a soft cloth, and then strike a match, guarding the flame with his hands the way you might shield a fragile thought. When he set the match to the wick, a small gold entered the evening. He turned the knob just enough. The flame opened without hurry, and the porch, as if recognizing an old friend, warmed to its company. He did this most nights, but on rainy nights it felt especially right. Rain has a way of pulling a house inward, drawing its corners close. In that glow, the small wooden chair by the door looked inviting. The old doormat seemed less worn. Even the coat pegs, with their heavy jackets resting like patient shoulders, took on a kind of quiet dignity. A home yields its softness gradually under lamplight, and Harlan had learned to let himself be yielded to. He carried a mug of tea in his other hand. The steam rose with a grassy note, and beneath it a thread of honey. He didn't have to think about where to set it. His fingers knew the place on the rail where the wood cupped slightly, worn by years of hands and cups and weather. When he settled into the rocker he favored, a hickory thing smooth on the arms, a little uneven in its creak, he let himself exhale, long and slow. The rain answered with its own breath on the roof, stippling the porch steps, freckling the yard. Beyond the yard, the fields darkened, their stubble catching glints of the lamp as if the earth itself held tiny stores of light, waiting. Across the way, the creek spoke in its low, companionable voice. It slid past the sycamore roots and the round, river-washed stones shouldered gently at a snag of driftwood, and went on. Once, younger and quicker, Harlan would have followed along the bank with a lantern to see where the water curled and what the flood had rearranged. These days he listened. The creek told more when you let it talk to itself. It carried the scent of water and leaf mold and the faint iron of wet earth, and from somewhere, maybe a mile, away where the old bridge met the highway, the rain made a faraway hiss, like the soft tearing of paper. He set his notebook on his lap but did not open it yet. There was no rush. The night had only just begun to stretch out, and it was a night made for remembering. Remembering, he'd come to believe, is best done slowly, like letting a kettle come warm in its own time, rather than forcing it with too much fire. As a younger man, he'd hurried, through work, through meals, through days he would have loved to keep. Only later did he notice that too much hurrying turns even the good parts thin. The rain, bless it, looked hurrying in the eye and said, "Not tonight." On the porch rail, the moths came, pale as petals, tapping their small questions against the chimney of the lamp. They were not in a rush either. Tap and wait, tap and wait. Harlan smiled at the steadiness of their hope. He had a steady hope of his own, quieter now, but still there, rooted partly in the habit of showing up for simple things, the lamp, the tea, the chair, the sound of the creek. Clara had taught him that, or perhaps he learned it in her company and only realized later that he'd been taught. She liked things the way rain liked earth, enough to stay. He didn't say her name aloud, not often, but here, on evenings like this, the porch felt shaped by her touches, the way the curtains inside fell just so. The braided rug, faded now, she'd traded preserves for with Mrs. Hanley 2 summers before she passed, the brass lamp itself which had been hers from the start. "A house wants a lamp," she'd said on the day they moved in, a hum in her voice that made ordinary words feel like blessings. Not a bright light, a welcome. A car went by on the road, slow, the tires making a soft trail of sound on the wet gravel. Not many cars came this way after dark. The town huddled close at night, and the few folks who worked late found their own doorways and lamps soon enough. Somewhere up the hill, the Granger's dog gave a half-hearted bark and then fell silent. Rain changes the appetite for noise. Even the barn owl in the sycamore was more careful, calling only once, as if to check that the world could still hear it. It could? Harlan lifted the mug, and the heat of it kissed the tender place at the base of his fingers. He took a slow sip. The honey was quiet, not too sweet, a memory of summer fields visiting the cold. He pictured the hives by the fence line and the careful way the beekeeper moved among them, the suit, the smoke, the patience. You could taste patience if you paid attention. You could taste where things came from, the shape of a season in a single cup. He opened the notebook, not to write, but to see what had come before. The pages were thick and yellowing, each lined with a hand that had learned to keep words small, like planting seeds with just enough space between them. He had never liked to crowd a page. He wanted the sentences to breathe, the way rows of beans breathe, the way a creek breathes when it opens around a bend. He read a line from last winter, snow at the window, quiet as breath, lamp clear as an old hymn. He read another from early spring, first frogs tonight, creek fuller, mud good underfoot, the kind that keeps a boot honest. He smiled. He was a simpler poet when he wrote for himself. Tonight he wrote the date. He listened, and the rain kept talking. There was no story pressing at him, no urgent meaning to find, and he did not reach for one. He had learned, too, to trust that the good parts of a day did not depend on what could be told about them. Often they were the parts you only felt, the ache easing off the shoulders, the way light from a lamp held the corners of a room as if nothing bad could wedge itself there. the satisfaction of a floor swept clean and a fire put to good coals. He let his pen rest across the fold of the notebook and held the warm cup again. A dull glimmer wavered in the puddle at the foot of the steps, lamplight and rain stitched together. He watched the ripples. A 30-year-old maple leaf, buried and given back by the yard's small workings, had risen in the soft weather and now floated with the kind of ceremony, turning in place like a slow dancer. A tiny world unfolded there, a gnat landing and lifting again, a thin thread of pine needle drifting across and catching relief at a corner, a drop from the eave sending a widening ring out toward the grass. He felt both too old and exactly young enough for such noticing. Age does that. It returns the dignity of attention to things you were once too hurried to bless. From the kitchen came the faint click of the stove's metal cooling. He had left the kettle on the back burner. Inside, the air would smell like beeswax and cedar, and the quilts would be gathering the damp into their edges, that clean wool scent that can make a person feel hugged even across a room. He would go back in soon, and the house would be as glad to receive him as he was to be received. This assurance, the simple exchange of care between a person and a place, had kept him company in years that otherwise might have come to pieces. He did not say the years were easy, they were not, but they were livable, which is a word he had come to honor. He thought of the post office that used to be downtown, the brick one with the eagle above the door. On rainy nights like this, he could still hear the bell, the way it gave a modest ring when you went in, like a shopkeeper clearing his throat before saying hello. They had moved the mail out to a newer building near the highway, efficient, clean, and never quite friendly. He held no grudge against new buildings. He only wished they'd learn the sound of a bell. Thunder rolled far away, not a threat, more like a conversation among clouds. The moths paused and then resumed their tapping. The creek offered a steady answer. Now and then a gust of wind came across the yard, and the rain changed its tempo. The lamp held its own, and if anything, grew more sure in the company of weather. He felt a tug to write that down. Some things are not brighter but truer in rain, but let the pen lie. He was not gathering lines, he was being gathered. A memory found him uninvited and welcome, the way a friend can enter a room you forgot to lock. He was younger, Clara beside him, a storm wilder than this one bending the trees and rushing the gutters. They had moved the chair closer to the window, the lamp between them. She was telling him about the old farm place she'd grown up on, the long kitchen table and the smell of apples in the cellar each fall, the washing hung in the attic, and how the wind found it even there. Rain ran its fingers down the glass, and she said, almost to herself, "You see how a house listens? It has a way of making weather gentle." He had not understood then. He understood now. He reached up and placed a hand on the lamp's worn base. The brass took his heat and gave it back. He liked to think that, over time, the lamp had memorized their touch, the slow care of his hands, the lighter, laughing touch of hers. The house, the lamp, the chair, these were his steady readers now, the ones that kept the story with him and did not forget when he could not keep every page straight. The rain was a reader too, and the creek, and the night. He could rest, and they would go on telling the parts that did not need telling. He breathed in and out. The tea cooled, the moths tapped. A car door thunked somewhere down the road, and a person's voice, the briefest shape of it, passed into and out of hearing. A dog answered once and let the matter go. He felt the evening's edges soften another degree, and the middle of the night opened like a slow door. There are doors you push, and doors that swing when they are ready. This was the second kind. Harlan took up the pen and wrote without thinking much about it. Rain keeps the porch in good company. The creek understands. He stopped, not because the thought was finished, but because it was enough. Enoughness, like patience, is a kind of knowledge a person grows into if he lives long enough and lets nights like this have their way. He looked toward the trees. The sycamore's white arms rose like a blessing. The pasture, damp and dark, released a deeper smell of grass and soil, a breath from the ground itself. For a moment he felt the thing the elders speak of, and the young sometimes glimpse. The simple rightness of being a person in a place, no more and no less. He closed the notebook and let his hand rest on its cover, the way a person rests a hand on a shoulder. The lamp held steady. The rain kept its word. The creek went on. If someone had come by and asked him what he was doing with his night, he would have told the truth. Nothing much. And it would have been the best kind of much, so full of small good pieces that there was no room for anything. Sharper. He listened again to the roof and the water and the moths and the low talk of distant thunder. He listened until listening felt like a place to live. He lifted the mug once more, not for tea now, but for the warmth still inside it. A person could hold a little warmth and keep it for later. A person could let rain teach him again how to slow the day down until it fit his hands. And when he finally rose, when he finally carried the lamp inside and closed the door softly behind him, the porch would go on shining in the last wet of the evening, the puddle at the steps catching the world in exquisite momentary pieces. Inside, the house would meet him the way houses do, with quiet, with a place to set things down, with the long gratitude of rooms. But for now he stayed where he was, at the threshold between weather and warmth, where a man can hear both languages and does not have to choose. The night breathed, he breathed back, and the rain, steady as a promise, wrote its gentle story across the yard. By the time Harlan carried the lamp inside, the house had already begun to gather the rain into its quiet. The sound on the roof softened through the walls, like someone speaking from another room in a voice meant only for those who cared to listen. The air inside was warmer, touched by the day's fire in the stove, and held the faint mingling scents of beeswax, dry wood, and the lingering sweetness of the tea he'd made earlier. He set the lamp on the small oak table near the window, the one that had been polished so often it reflected light in a way that seemed gentler than glass. Its surface carried years of cups and plates, notebooks and seed packets, the occasional curl of shavings from when he'd sharpened a pencil while watching the weather. That table had been in the same spot for as long as he'd lived in the house, and though he had moved other things many times, he never thought to shift it. Some pieces belonged to a place as much as the beams and the floorboards. He slipped out of his damp boots and set them neatly by the door. The floor under his feet was cool but not unfriendly, and the rug, faded along the edges, gave just enough warmth to let him cross the room without thinking of socks. In the kitchen, he put the kettle back on the stove, not because he was in need of more tea just yet, but because it felt right to have the water warming. The small click of the burner and the slow building of heat were a comfort, a kind of company. Through the window above the sink, he could see the porch and the yard beyond, now a dim reflection of the world outside. The lamp's glow reached the first steps, then yielded to the dark where rain was still stitching lines across the yard. Somewhere past that darkness, the creek continued its conversation with the night, its voice steady as breath. Harlan's eyes drifted to the corner of the room where an old coat hung on a peg. The coat was far too heavy for tonight's weather, meant for deep winter snow, but he hadn't moved it to the closet. It had belonged to Clara, a coat she wore on trips to the market or when they walked down to the post office on cold mornings. He'd mended its lining twice and replaced one button with a mismatched one from his jar, but otherwise it was as she had left it. He did not think of it as keeping her here. It was simply part of the house, a part that made the room feel complete. He took a seat by the window, the rocking chair's familiar curve holding him in place as if it had shaped itself over the years to fit his frame. Outside, the rain tapped softly against the glass, and in that rhythm, his mind began to wander the way it often did on such nights. He thought of the old path that ran behind the property, the one he used to walk when he wanted to reach the far side of the creek. It wound between maples and oaks, the ground there always covered in leaves even in the months when the trees were full. In summer, the air along that path had the green weight of shade, and in autumn it smelled of earth and wood smoke drifting from nearby farms. He hadn't walked it in some time, not since the fence had needed mending and the days had shortened in a way that made the evenings feel more precious at home. As the rain played its gentle music, he found himself tracing that path in his mind. He could see the bend where the creek came into view, its surface catching flashes of light between leaves. He remembered the way the water made a low turning sound there, as though pleased to have found its way past a stubborn stone. And farther along, there was the narrow footbridge Clara had insisted they build together. 2 planks across the water, supported by logs they'd rolled into place. The bridge had never been perfect, leaning slightly as if humoring the current, but it had held through storms and seasons. Harlan closed his eyes for a moment and saw Clara crossing that bridge, her boots darkened by rain, her scarf loose around her neck. She'd pause halfway, looking down into the moving water, and then glance back at him with that half-smile that never seemed to fade entirely from her face. It wasn't longing he felt now, but gratitude that such a picture had stayed clear in his mind after all these years. The kettle began to hum, a low sound that rose and curled into the edges of the room. He let it sing for a moment before lifting it from the stove, the steam rising like breath into the lamplight. He poured the water over the tea leaves, the faint rustle of them in the pot as gentle as dry leaves in a breeze. The air filled with the scent of chamomile and lemon balm, herbs he'd grown in the small garden out back, drying them in bunches that hung from the kitchen rafters. With the pot in hand, he returned to the chair by the window, setting a mug on the table beside him. He didn't drink right away. Instead, he watched the steam drift and fade, the rain outside giving its quiet applause. In this stillness, the house felt like more than walls and roof. It was a keeper of time, holding not just the present moment, but all the evenings that had come before. On the far wall, a small shelf held a line of books, their spines worn to soft cloth. Some were novels, some collections of letters, and a few were field guides to plants and birds. He'd read them all many times over, not always for their stories, but for the way they carried him back to the places where he'd first opened them. There was a guide to wildflowers he and Clara had used one summer. Each plant they found marked with a penciled note in her tidy handwriting. Another, a book of poems, still held a pressed violet between its pages. The night moved without hurry, each minute a quiet step into the next. The rain never let up, but neither did it press. It simply was. like the steady heartbeat of the place. Harlan found that he didn't want to move or speak. There was no need to fill the air with anything but what it already held. Somewhere near the edge of sleep, he thought of the old saying a neighbor used to share. Rain remembers where it has been. He wondered if the rain falling tonight had once been part of the creek he knew, or the river beyond, or even the morning mist that rose from the fields in the earliest light. The thought comforted him, the way it does to imagine that all things return in some form, carrying with them a memory of the places they have touched. The tea cooled in the mug, its warmth seeping into his hands as he held it. Outside, the porch lamp glowed steadily, its light a soft bloom in the night. The moths had not yet left, their pale wings moving in slow, aimless arcs. Somewhere in the dark, an owl called once, its voice low and sure, as if to say all was well. Harlan let the chair rock gently, the sound of the rain in the creek joining in a quiet duet. The edges of the day blurred, and in that soft place between waking and dreaming, he felt the steady presence of the life he had built, the rooms that held him, the porch that welcomed the weather, the land that rooted him here. It was enough, more than enough. He closed his eyes, letting the night take him where it would, the rain keeping its steady watch over Miller's Creek. By the time the clock in the corner gave its slow, measured chime, the tea on the table had gone from warm to cool. Harlan didn't mind. It was the kind of tea that was forgiving, good hot, good cool, its comfort coming less from temperature and more from the ritual of having it there beside him. The rain had deepened, though not in force, only in tone. It had moved from the light scatter of an early evening to the softer, fuller sound of midnight rain. The roof took the drops without complaint, each patter joining the next until they became one steady hum, as if the house itself were breathing. Somewhere in the yard, the gutter dripped with its own rhythm, a slow counterpoint to the constant fall from the sky. Harlan leaned back in the rocking chair, his gaze wandering to the window pane, where the lamplight inside met the blur of rain outside. The reflection of the room sat faintly on the glass, the shelves, the chair, the brass lamp glowing like a captured ember. Beyond that ghost of the room lay the world he knew well. Porch, yard, trees, creek. But tonight it was softened, as though the rain had drawn a sheer curtain over it all. He let his thoughts drift the way they sometimes did on nights when there was no need to sleep early, no pressing task for the morning. They wandered first to the kitchen garden out back, now resting for the winter. The rows of soil were dark and damp tonight, each one holding the memory of what it had grown. Tomatoes heavy enough to bend their stems, green beans curling along their trellises, the bright faces of marigolds that Clara had planted for cheer, as she always said. In the rain's lullaby, he could almost see those colors again, though the garden now was bare. There was a comfort in that bare earth. It wasn't emptiness, it was promise. The quiet of the ground was the quiet of waiting, and waiting had its own dignity. He thought of the seeds in their envelopes on the kitchen shelf, how each one carried its own story of next year. Maybe that was the lesson the garden had been teaching him all these years, that there is work and rest, that stillness is not the same as forgetting. His gaze moved to the corner near the stove, where a woven basket held a jumble of yarn. Clara had once spent rainy nights like this knitting, scarves for neighbors, mittens for the grandchildren of friends, blankets for newborns she'd never meet. He remembered the sound of her knitting needles, a faint click and slide that fit perfectly into the background hum of rain. The basket had been sitting there for years now, the yarn still soft, still waiting for hands. Harlan sometimes thought he might learn to knit, not for the sake of the scarves, but for the rhythm of it, the way it gave shape to a quiet evening. The kettle, though empty now, still held a little heat. He placed his palm against its side and left it there until it cooled under his touch. He thought of the mornings when the kettle was the first sound in the house, a low, rising whisper that marked the start of the day. On those mornings, the light from the east window would spill across the kitchen table, touching the notes he'd written in his ledger, the open jar of honey, the folded cloth he used as a napkin. There was a beauty to the way the smallest parts of a day could become steady markers in a life. He rose from the chair, slowly, letting his legs remember their strength after so much stillness. The floor creaked in the familiar way it always had, each board with its own voice. He moved to the bookshelf, running his fingers along the spines. One of them, a slim, weathered book of essays, caught his attention. Clara had read it aloud to him years ago, her voice wrapping itself around each sentence until the words seemed less like writing and more like something grown in the room itself. He carried the book back to the chair and opened it to a page marked with a pressed sprig of thyme. The scent was faint but still there, a ghost of summer in the middle of winter rain. He began to read, not aloud, but slowly enough that each line seemed to match the tempo of the rain outside. It was about tending land you would one day leave behind, about how the care you give a place remains in it long after your hands are gone. He thought of the fence he had mended last spring, of the apple tree he'd pruned so it could bear better next year. It comforted him to think that, in some small way, his hands were woven into this place now. Outside, the rain shifted again, lightening just enough that he could hear the creek more clearly. It was a different voice than the rain, lower, more constant, like a friend speaking steadily while you listened. He imagined walking down to the bank in the morning, when the grass was still jeweled with drops, just to see how the night had shaped the water's path. The creek always had something to say after a rain. A flicker of movement caught his eye, a shadow along the window. It was only the wind bending the branch of the old maple, but for a moment it reminded him of the times he and Clara had sat here, watching deer pass through the yard. They never stayed long, just paused to graze or lift their heads toward the wind, but their presence had always felt like a kind of blessing. The pages of the book lay open on his lap, the words waiting patiently for him to return to them. But Harlan let his gaze rest on the lamplight instead, the way it spread across the floorboards in a golden pool. Light like this didn't rush, it stayed where it was, holding its ground gently as if it knew that its very stillness was what made it welcome. He thought then about how many nights in his life had looked just like this. Lamp, rain, chair, the steady hum of quiet, and how, for all their sameness, each one had carried its own small details, its own unrepeatable mix of scents, sounds, and thoughts. Tonight, it was the time in the book, the cool tea, the distant creak, the memory of knitting needles. Tomorrow it would be something else. That was the gift of staying in one place long enough. You learned that no two evenings were truly the same, even when they appeared to be. The clock chimed again, though Harlan didn't count the hour. Time seemed less important here than the simple fact that the night was still holding him in its palm. He closed the book, slipped the sprig of thyme back between its pages, and set it on the table beside the tea. His eyes felt heavier now, not from weariness, but from the comfort of knowing the world outside could keep going without his watch. He leaned back in the chair, letting it rock slowly, and listened once more to the rain. It was not just weather tonight. It was part of the house, part of him, part of all the years that had led to this quiet moment. And as his breathing fell into the same rhythm, he knew there was nowhere else he would rather be than here, in the steady, healing heart of Miller's Creek. The rain was still falling when Harlan opened his eyes again, though he hadn't truly been asleep, just resting there in the chair with his mind loosened from its usual shapes. The fire in the stove had quieted to a deep, steady glow, the kind of heat that stayed close to the iron walls and slowly breathed into the room. A few coals cracked softly as though reminding him they were still alive. He sat for a while, simply feeling the air in the room, the faint warmth from the stove, the cool draft that slipped now and then through the seams of the old window frame. The scents were familiar, layered in ways that only years in one place can make. A trace of wood smoke, the faint tang of wet earth drifting in from the porch, the comforting undercurrent of worn wood polished by hands and time. Outside, the porch light cast its halo through the rain, making the drops flash for a moment before they disappeared into the dark. The moths had gone now, replaced by the occasional shimmer of water sliding down the glass. Beyond the yard, the creek murmured on, unbothered by the hour. Harlan stood and moved slowly toward the kitchen, his steps light on the old floorboards. The kettle was cool, so he filled it again from the hand pump by the sink. The water came up cold and clear, and he thought about how it had been drawn from the same well for decades. He set the kettle back on the stove, listening to the faint hollow ring of metal on iron. There is something grounding in these small rituals, the ones that ask nothing of him but attention and time. As he waited for the water to warm, his gaze wandered to the shelf above the sink, where a row of jars sat in neat order. Most were filled with dried herbs, mint, lemon balm, thyme, but one, shorter and wider than the rest, held a collection of river stones. They had been gathered over years of walks along the creek, each chosen not for size or rarity, but for the way they fit in the hand, smooth, weighty, holding the memory of water. Clara had started that jar, and after she was gone, Harlan found himself adding to it without really thinking about why. The kettle began its low hum, and he poured the water over a pinch of mint and chamomile in the teapot. The steam rose gently, curling into the air as though in no hurry to leave. He set the pot on the table and, instead of sitting back in the rocking chair, carried it to the small writing desk by the far wall. The desk was older than he was, its surface worn and scratched in ways that told a story without words. In the shallow drawer lay a handful of envelopes, each addressed but never sent. Some were to friends who had passed, others to people he'd lost touch with. They weren't letters meant for the post. They were conversations he needed to have with the past. He took out a fresh sheet of paper and without much thought began to write. His handwriting was slow, deliberate, shaped by years of practice in the days before the telephone was a fixture in every home. He didn't write about anything urgent, just the way the rain sounded tonight, the way the creek seemed fuller than yesterday, the memory of a walk he'd taken years ago when the sycamores along the bank were still young. It was a way of anchoring himself in the moment, of saying to the world, "I was here, and this is what I noticed." From time to time, he paused to sip the tea, its warmth settling into him as if it had been meant for more than just thirst. The mint was bright against the softer chamomile, a small conversation of flavors that reminded him of the way voices blended at the church suppers in town. Some steady, some lively, each adding something to the whole. His thoughts drifted to the town itself, just a short walk from here. On nights like this, the single streetlight on Main Street would be casting its cone of light over the wet pavement, making the road shine like a ribbon. The bakery, closed since mid-afternoon, would still hold the scent of bread in its walls. The post office would be dark, its front steps slick with rain, and in the diner, if the lights were still on, old Bill might be sitting in his usual booth, nursing a cup of coffee until the clock said it was time to go home. Harlan had lived here long enough to know that the rhythm of the town was as steady as the creek, shaped by the same kind of patience. People came and went, but the heart of the place stayed the same, small, deliberate, content with its own pace. He folded the letter without signing it, slipping it into one of the envelopes in the drawer. It wasn't important for anyone else to read it. The writing was enough. The rain softened for a moment, and in the quiet that followed, he could hear the faintest sound of wind moving through the pines beyond the yard. It was a slow, measured sound, as though the trees were speaking to each other across the dark. He thought of the way those pines had stood through every season, heavy with snow in winter, edged with gold in autumn, fragrant in the high heat of summer. Their constancy was a kind of comfort, a reminder that some things remain even when so much changes. Returning to the chair by the window, Harlan cradled the last of the tea in his hands. The warmth had faded, but the flavor was still there, carrying with it the memory of the herbs growing under the summer sun. He let his gaze rest on the porch, the way the light there seemed almost to hum against the night. He thought again of Clara, not in sadness, but in that gentle way memory sometimes comes, like a friend visiting quietly at the door. He could almost hear her voice reminding him to check the latch on the shed before bed, or to bring in the boots from the porch so they'd be dry in the morning. These were small things, but they carried the weight of care. The house seemed to breathe with him now, the rain outside matching the rhythm of his own chest. It was a steadying thing to feel so in step with the world, beyond the walls. No demands, no urgency. Just a simple fact of being here in this moment, with the night unfolding at its own pace. The clock's chime came again, marking an hour he didn't need to name. Time here was not a thing to be chased, but something to be welcomed, one quiet piece at a time. He leaned back in the chair, letting his eyes close, the rain in the creek carrying him toward the soft edge of sleep. Somewhere in that half-light of the mind, he imagined the morning that would follow. Gray clouds lifting, the air washed clean, the earth breathing deeply after its long drink. But for now, there was only the rain, the lamp, and the gentle, enduring heart of Miller's Creek. Morning did not come quickly in Miller's Creek, not after a long night of rain. It arrived as it often did in winter, quiet, slow, and patient, spreading itself like a soft blanket over the land, rather than rushing in with sharp edges of light. When Harlan finally stirred from the comfort of his chair, the lamp was still glowing faintly, and outside, the world was wrapped in the pale gray light that comes just after dawn. He rose carefully, feeling the familiar stiffness in his knees, the kind that reminded him he had earned every one of his years. Crossing the room, he paused at the window. The rain had slowed to a gentle mist, and every branch, every fence post, every blade of grass seemed to hold a bead of water. The air beyond the glass looked as though it had been washed clean overnight. The porch was damp but welcoming. He stepped outside, pulling his old sweater tighter around his shoulders. The boards beneath his feet gave the faintest creak, a sound that seemed to fit perfectly with the steady drip of rainwater from the eaves. He breathed deeply, the scent of wet pine and dark soil filling his chest. In the distance, the creek was still speaking in its steady voice, fuller now from the night's rain. Harlan leaned against the porch railing and let his gaze wander to the field beyond the yard. The ground there was dark and rich, the stubble from last season's hay still catching drops of water that shone in the dim light. Beyond the field stood the line of sycamores that had marked the edge of the property for as long as he could remember. Their pale trunks glowed against the darker backdrop of pine and cedar, like quiet sentinels keeping watch over the land. He thought about walking down to the creek, as he had done countless mornings, but decided to wait. There is something about watching the land from this vantage point, seeing the slow lift of fog from the ground. The way the light shifted so gradually it was almost unnoticeable. Turning back inside, he set water to boil for another pot of tea. This time he added a sprig of rosemary from the small plant that had somehow managed to stay green through the winter, kept alive in a pot by the kitchen window. The sharp, clean scent mixed with the steam, making the whole room smell alive. While the water heated, Harlan moved to the small table in the corner and opened the wooden box where he kept odds and ends collected over the years. Inside were the sorts of things others might overlook: a button from an old coat, a small key with no matching lock, a feather from a bluebird found in the yard one spring. Each had its own story, and each story was tied to the land here in ways he could not always explain. He took out the feather and turned it between his fingers. It had been Clara who found it, he remembered, tucked between the pages of a book on the porch table. She had been reading aloud that afternoon, her voice carrying softly over the hum of summer insects. They had laughed, wondering how it had gotten there. Some mysteries didn't need solving, they just needed keeping. The kettle began to sing, a low, steady sound that filled the kitchen. He poured the water into the teapot, watching the leaves and rosemary stir and swirl before settling. There was patience in the way tea steeped, and Harlan had come to appreciate that over the years, that some things gave their best only when they were given time. Carrying the pot and a single cup back to the porch, he settled into the chair nearest the railing. From here, he could see the first movement of the day in the town down the road. A lone truck passing on the wet street, its tires hissing, the faint echo of a dog barking in the distance. The bakery's chimney was smoking, meaning the ovens were already warm. He imagined the scent of bread beginning to fill the air there, drifting down the street toward the post office and the small general store. The steam from the tea curled upward, disappearing into the cool air. He sipped slowly, letting the warmth spread through him. Each swallow seemed to carry a little more of the night's quiet forward into the day. After a while, the sound of the creek drew him from his chair. He walked down the familiar path through the yard, past the garden bed still heavy with rain, past the old maple whose roots reached far under the soil. The ground was soft but not muddy, and the air was thick with the scent of leaves and water. The creek was running strong, its surface rippling in small, intricate patterns that caught the pale light. He stood on the bank, listening. There was a fullness to its voice this morning, as though it had something to say after carrying the rain through the night. He picked up a small stone, smoothed by years in the current, and turned it in his hand. It was cool and solid, another piece of the land's long memory. He thought about the way water always found its way forward, no matter the obstacles. It moved around stones, under fallen branches, cutting new paths when old ones closed. There was a lesson in that. Though Harlan had learned not to force lessons out of the land, it offered them in its own time. As he stood there, the mist began to lift, revealing more of the fields and trees beyond. The sycamores shone brighter now, their pale trunks catching what little sunlight had found its way through the clouds. A bird called from somewhere upriver, its voice clear and steady against the background of the creek. Harlan lingered by the water for a long while before heading back toward the house. The day would come on slowly, as all good days in Miller's Creek seemed to do. There would be small tasks to tend to, splitting kindling for the stove, checking the shed roof for leaks, sweeping the porch. Nothing urgent, nothing pressing, just the kind of work that kept the place whole. And as he reached the porch again, tea still warm in his cup, he felt that quiet certainty settle over him, the kind that comes from knowing the land, the water, and the air around you will keep their steady rhythm with or without your help. Here, in the soft unfolding of a rainy morning, the world seemed not only safe but whole, and Harlan knew he could carry that stillness with him through whatever the day might bring. By mid-morning, the mist had lifted from the fields, though the air still carried the weight of the night's rain. The clouds above were the soft, low kind that promised more wet weather before the day was over. Harlan had grown to like skies like these, skies that kept the world in a quieter frame, where even the birds spoke more softly and the wind seemed unwilling to rush anywhere. He finished the last of his tea and set the cup in the basin by the sink. The kitchen light was muted, slipping in through the small east-facing window, falling across the wooden counter and the basket of apples that had been sitting there since last week. They were the last of the season, firm but dulled in color now, their sweetness more mellow than sharp. He thought he might bake a pie later, just to keep the house warm and fragrant for the afternoon. Before tending to anything else, Harlan pulled on his boots and took his coat from the peg by the door. There was a quiet urge in him to walk the length of the property, as he had done since he was a boy. These walks had no real purpose beyond keeping company with the land, letting his eyes and hands fall on things that might otherwise go unnoticed. The ground was soft underfoot, each step pressing into the damp earth without sinking. He passed by the old garden beds, now resting under their blanket of wet leaves. In the far corner stood the compost heap, steaming faintly in the cool air, alive in its own slow way. He remembered Clara's habit of stopping there to turn it over with the pitchfork, humming to herself as though even this quiet work deserved a tune. Beyond the garden, the path narrowed between two cedar trees whose branches reached low and heavy over the way. The smell of cedar, sharp and clean, brushed against him as he passed, and he found himself thinking about the winter they had planted those trees, both of them younger than, with a whole lifetime still unfolding ahead. They had carried the saplings home in the back of the truck, their roots wrapped in burlap and dug into the frozen ground until their hands stung with cold. The path opened into the lower meadow, where last summer's tall grasses still lay pressed in the shapes the wind had left them. Along the fence line, raindrops clung to the wire in a neat row, each one catching what little light the day offered. He stopped there for a while, resting his arms on the top rail, watching as a small flock of sparrows moved through the bare blackberry canes. They chattered softly, their bodies puffed against the damp, their movements quick and deliberate, like tiny flickers of life against the stillness. Harlan followed the fence line toward the old oak that marked the far corner of the land. Its roots rose in great folds from the ground, and the base of the trunk was wide enough that, as a boy, he could sit with his back against it and disappear from sight. He did the same now, settling into that curve of wood as though it had been made for him. The bark was damp and cool, carrying the deep, earthy scent of the night's rain. From here, he could see the roof of his house through the branches, the thin thread of smoke still curling from the chimney. The sight steadied him in a way he couldn't name. Perhaps it was the reminder of how closely tied the house and the land were, that one was only whole because of the other. Time passed easily in that spot. He watched the way the wind moved through the sycamores along the creek, how their pale branches swayed against the darker pines. A pair of crows passed overhead, their wings beating slow and sure. Somewhere farther off, he heard the lowing of a cow, the sound carrying over the wet fields as though it had been shaped by the rain. Eventually he rose and began the walk back, taking a slightly different path that led him by the shed. The roof still held a few small puddles, and he made a note to climb up and sweep them off before the weather turned colder. Inside, the air smelled of oil and cut wood. Tools hung in their familiar places, each worn smooth from years of use. He ran his hand over the handle of the old spade, remembering the garden rows it had helped turn, the seasons marked by planting and harvest. Back in the kitchen, the light had shifted just enough to show the time of day. It was late enough now for him to begin the pie. He moved without hurry, peeling and slicing the apples, their pale flesh curling into the bowl. The rhythm of it, the scrape of the knife, the soft thud of each slice, was its own kind of quiet music. He added sugar, cinnamon, and a pinch of nutmeg, stirring until the scent rose warm and familiar in the cool air. As the pie baked, the house filled with the smell of sweet fruit and spice, the kind of scent that carried memory in it. Clara had always said that a kitchen should smell like welcome, and Harlan thought she'd be pleased with how this one did today. While the oven worked, he returned to the porch with another cup of tea. The clouds had darkened again, and the air held that hushed feeling that comes just before another rain. He watched the first drops gather on the railing, then fall in slow, perfect beads to the ground below. The pie was cooling on the counter by the time the rain began in earnest again, steady and unhurried, just as it had been the night before. Harlan poured himself a small slice onto a plate and carried it to the chair by the window. Outside, the rain softened every edge, blurring the line between earth and sky. As he ate, he let the warmth of the pie and the sound of the rain settle over him, the day folding itself around him like a blanket. There was no need to think ahead, no need to mark the hours. Here, in the heart of Miller's Creek, life would go on at its own pace, carried by rain, anchored by the land, and lit by the quiet lamp in the window. The afternoon settled over Miller's Creek the way a wool blanket drapes across a chair, slowly, with weight and purpose. The steady rain had eased once more to a mist, though the air still held the smell of water and the faint sweetness of fallen leaves. Inside the house, Harlan moved with the kind of unhurried grace that comes when there is nothing pressing to do and nowhere pressing to be. He had finished his slice of pie, setting the plate in the basin with the quiet clink, and now found himself drawn again toward the porch. The old boards welcomed his steps, and the chair by the railing seemed to have been waiting for him all along. He lowered himself into it, feeling the wood's familiar give beneath his weight. The cushion, faded from years of sun and rain, held just enough warmth from the morning to make it comfortable. From this seat he could see the bend in the road that led into town. A light fog lingered there, softening the shape of the trees and the old fence posts that lined the way. Every so often the sound of tires on wet gravel drifted to him, slow moving, as though whoever traveled the road had no more reason to rush than he did. Harlan's hands rested loosely in his lap. He listened to the small sounds that stitched the afternoon together. The quiet tick of water dripping from the eaves, the occasional rustle of a bird shifting in the cedars, the creak of the porch boards when the wind nudged against them. It was a language he understood well, these muted, ordinary sounds that told him the world was going on just as it should. His thoughts wandered to the town beyond the bend. He pictured the warm, yeasty air inside the bakery, where Mrs. Lang probably had another batch of bread cooling on the racks. At the general store, old Mr. Talbot would be sitting behind the counter, his newspaper folded neatly beside the cash register, ready for the rare customer who might come in on a day like this. Harlan imagined himself walking into that store, the bell above the door giving its single chime, Mr. Talbot looking up with that small, knowing smile. They wouldn't speak much, neither of them were men who wasted words, but there'd be an ease in their presence, a quiet acknowledgement of the years they'd both spent rooted to this place. The thought of the store brought his mind to the post office just down the road. It had been months since any letter came for him, and longer still since he had written one. In earlier years, he'd kept a steady correspondence with an old friend who'd moved to the coast. They had traded small stories of their days, weather reports, the state of the garden, the health of their knees. It seemed simple, maybe even unimportant to others, but Harlan had learned that it's often those small exchanges that keep us stitched to one another. He wondered, as the mist thickened again, whether he might sit at the table tonight and write a letter, not for any reason other than to say, "I'm still here, the creek's still running, the rain's been good this year." Sometimes that was all a person needed to know. The thought lingered as he rose from the chair and stepped back inside. The warmth of the house met him like an old friend, carrying the faint scents of pie, tea, and the damp wool of his sweater. On the table, the oil lamp sat ready to be lit when the light began to fade. He ran his hand along its base, remembering the evenings when Clara would light it before the sun had fully gone, letting its glow spill gently across the room so the dark never arrived all at once. It was still too early for the lamp, so Harlan busied himself with small things, folding the dish towel by the sink, stacking the few plates in the cupboard, setting the kettle where it would be ready for evening tea. His movements were unhurried, and each task seemed to carry its own quiet satisfaction. Later, he drifted toward the window above the kitchen sink. Outside, the sycamores stood pale and tall against the dimming sky. A few leaves clung stubbornly to the highest branches, their edges curled and brown. He thought of the way Clara used to stand at this same spot, her hands resting on the counter, watching the seasons shift in those trees. She had loved the in-between times, the moments when the world seemed to pause between what it had been and what it was becoming. The rain returned with the kind of steadiness that promised it would last into the night. It pattered softly against the glass, a sound that seemed to fold itself into the quiet of the room. Harlan took a chair by the table, letting his eyes wander to the small box in the corner where he kept his writing paper and envelopes. For a long moment he simply sat, listening to the rain and feeling the weight of the afternoon settle deeper around him. Then, without any sense of hurry, he reached for the box and placed it on the table. The lid creaked slightly as he lifted it, revealing the stack of paper inside, each sheet bearing the faint scent of cedar from years of being kept in the same place. He took one sheet and smoothed it out on the table. The pen felt familiar in his hand, the ink flowing easily onto the page. He began simply, as he always had, "Dear Sam," and from there, the words came in their own time, not rushed, not planned, but unfolding like the rain outside, steady and unbroken. He wrote about the weather, about the pie cooling on the counter, about the way the sycamores had stood so still in the morning mist. He wrote about the creek, how it sounded fuller now, and how the ground smelled richer after the long night of rain. He didn't write about loneliness, though it lived quietly in the corners of his days. Instead, he wrote about the comfort of familiar things, about the way time seemed to move differently here, measured more by the turning of leaves and the soft rise of fog than by any clock. When the letter was done, he set down the pen and read it over once, nodding to himself. It was enough, no more, no less than what was needed. He folded the paper carefully, slid it into an envelope, and set it aside for the morning walk into town. The light outside had deepened to the kind of blue that belongs only to evenings in winter. Harlan lit the lamp, watching the flame catch and grow, its glow reaching into the corners of the room. The rain whispered against the windows, and somewhere beyond the fields the creek kept up its patient song. It was the kind of night made for being indoors, for carrying the quiet with you until sleep came, and as Harlan sat in the soft light, the letter resting on the table beside him, he felt a deep, steady peace, a knowing that the land, the rain, and the life he lived here would hold him through the night and into another morning. The evening deepened in a way only rain could encourage, slowly, as if it were in no hurry to take hold. Beyond the windows, the last of the daylight thinned into a quiet gray, dissolving into the mist that hovered low over the fields. Each drop of rain that slid down the glass caught the fading light for just a moment, then vanished into the darkening air. Inside, the glow of the oil lamp painted soft circles of gold on the wooden table, warming the edges of the room. The rest of the house seemed to fold itself inward, settling into the calm that came when night was close at hand. Harlan sat still for a while, listening to the layered music of the evening, the rain's even rhythm, the faint crackle from the wood stove in the corner, and somewhere deep in the structure of the house, the slow sigh of old timbers adjusting to the cold. The letter to Sam lay where he had left it beside his teacup. It was a comfort to know it would be posted in the morning. The thought of it traveling out of Miller's Creek into some other quiet place where an old friend would unfold it, maybe in the same sort of lamplight. There was something steadying about the exchange of words across distance, as though the act itself was a thread that could bridge years, miles, and silences. Harlan rose and crossed to the wood stove, placing another small log onto the coals. The fire received it without fuss, the bark catching slowly, the wood releasing the scent of rain-darkened oak. He lingered there, feeling the warmth reach his hands. The rain tapped softly on the roof overhead, a patient sound that made no demands, only offered itself as company. In the kitchen, he poured more water into the kettle and set it on the stove. The promise of evening tea had become a kind of ritual over the years, not for the tea itself, but for the stillness that came with it. Clara had always called it the last conversation of the day, even when no words were spoken. It was the moment when the house seemed most itself, when the work was done, the doors were closed, and the only task remaining was to be present in its quiet. As the kettle began to hum, Harlan opened the small tin where he kept the tea leaves. The scent rose gently, familiar and grounding. He measured them out, letting them fall into the pot with the soft rustle. The steam soon carried the fragrance into the room, weaving it together with the fire's warmth and the faint sweetness of the cooling pie. While the tea steeped, he stepped to the window by the sink. Outside, the world had narrowed to the reach of the lamplight, spilling across the porch. Beyond that, everything was softened into suggestion. The faint outline of the fence, the ghostly shimmer of rain on the gravel path, the dark bulk of the sycamores standing sentinel by the creek. The creek itself was louder now, swollen slightly by the day's rain. Its voice came in waves, low and sure, as if it had been speaking to the land long before Harlan ever lived here. He thought of how many nights it must have sung under this roof, a constant presence in every season, whispering under summer's heavy air, murmuring through autumn's leaf fall, and carrying the weight of ice in winter's dark. The kettle whistled softly, drawing him back. He poured the tea into his cup, added a touch of honey, and carried it to the chair by the window. The cushion gave under his weight, familiar in the way only something used daily could be. He sat with the cup warming his hands, watching the rain gather and spill from the eaves in silver threads. His thoughts drifted to the years when evenings were busier, when Clara would be finishing her knitting, the radio low in the background, and their daughter, Anna, would be upstairs reading until she fell asleep with the book resting against her chest. He remembered how, on nights like this, Clara would sometimes hum without realizing it, the tune winding gently through the house like another kind of rain. There was a comfort in knowing those sounds had once filled these rooms, even if they lived now only in memory. The house seemed to remember them too. Its quiet tonight was not empty, but full of all the evenings that had come before, of all the rain-soaked nights when life here was just as it should be. Harlan sipped his tea slowly, letting its warmth ease through him. His gaze lingered on the soft halo of light that touched the porch rail. On the way, the rain blurred the world beyond to something gentle and undefined. It felt like a kind of mercy, this blurring, that the hard edges of things could be softened, if only for a while. When his cup was empty, he set it on the small table beside him and leaned back. The chair creaked quietly, the sound blending into the rain's steady rhythm. He closed his eyes, not to sleep yet, but to listen more fully, to the water's patient song, to the breathing of the house, to the way the world seemed to cradle itself in the wet night. This was the hour he cherished most, the hour when the day had loosened its grip, when tomorrow was still far enough away to feel unimportant, and when the only thing asked of him was to be here, in this moment, with the rain and the lamp and the quiet pulse of the creek. Outside, the night deepened, but inside, the warmth held. The house stood steady against the weather, as it always had, a shelter not just from the rain, but from all the noise and haste the world could carry. And here, in the heart of Miller's Creek, that was enough. By the time Harlan rose from his chair, the rain had settled into the kind of steady rhythm that could last all night. It was not heavy, nor hurried, just a constant, patient falling. as if the clouds themselves had decided to linger over Miller's Creek until morning. He crossed the room carrying his empty teacup to the kitchen. The lamplight reached only so far, leaving the corners in a gentle shadow. The floor creaked under his steps, not in complaint, but in the way old houses sometimes speak, acknowledging the movement of someone they've known for years. He rinsed the cup at the basin, the cool water running over his fingers. Outside the window above the sink, the porch light shone against the mist, its glow pulling a faint outline from the darkness beyond. A single moth circled lazily near the glass, its wings catching flashes of gold before disappearing again into shadow. For a moment, Harlan simply stood there, resting his hands on the edge of the counter. His gaze drifted past the lamplight to where the sycamores stood, their tall forms blurred but still recognizable. He imagined the rain slipping along their branches, tracing the same paths it had taken countless times before. Those trees had been here long before him, and most likely would be here long after. There was a comfort in that thought, in knowing that some things remain steady no matter how many years pass. The air in the kitchen was warm from the stove, tinged with the faint scent of honey from his tea. It reminded him of nights when Clara would make a pot of stew that filled the house with the smell of thyme and slow-simmered vegetables. He could almost hear the quiet clatter of her wooden spoon against the pot, the soft hum that rose from her as she worked. Harlan moved to the small cupboard near the back door, taking down a wool sweater from its hook. The air outside would be cool, but he felt the pull of the porch again, the need to hear the rain without the filter of walls between them. Slipping the sweater over his shoulders, he stepped out, the door giving a small groan before settling closed behind him. The porch boards were damp beneath his boots, but the roof kept him dry. He leaned on the railing, breathing in the scent of wet earth and wood smoke drifting from somewhere down the road. The creek's voice was louder here, its steady rush mixing with the rain's softer percussion. Together, they wove a kind of lullaby, one that asked nothing from him but stillness. Somewhere across the field, a light flickered in one of the neighbors' windows, a brief human sign in the darkness. Harlan thought of how many nights in this valley had been marked only by such small points of light, scattered like stars across the land. It made him feel less alone, knowing others were awake, tending to their own quiet routines. He rested his arms on the railing, the wood cool against his skin, and let his thoughts wander. He remembered nights when Anna was small and afraid of storms, how she would pad down the hallway in her socks, carrying the worn quilt from her bed. Clara would take her onto the porch, wrapping the quilt around both of them, and they would watch the rain together until Anna's eyelids grew heavy. "Listen," Clara would whisper. "The rain is just the earth's way of telling us to rest." The memory was so vivid that for a moment, Harlan could almost feel the weight of the quilt around his shoulders, the warmth of Clara's arm holding their daughter close. He stayed there in that memory, not holding it too tightly, but letting it pass over him like the rain itself. The night deepened, and the air grew cooler. He could see his breath faintly in the lamplight now, each exhale mingling with the mist before fading. Somewhere in the cedar grove, an owl called once, its low note carrying far in the stillness. Harlan knew he would sleep well tonight. The rain had a way of quieting the restless parts of the mind, smoothing out the edges of thoughts until they no longer caught against each other. He stayed on the porch a while longer, letting the sound work its way into us, until the pull of the warm house drew him back inside. Closing the door behind him, he felt the small difference in air, the inside warmth holding steady against the chill outside. He hung the sweater back on its hook, the wool faintly damp now from the mist. In the living room, the lamp still burned, its glow making the room feel whole. He lowered himself once more into the chair, not ready yet for bed. From here, he could see the letter to Sam resting on the table, the envelope sealed and waiting. Tomorrow he would carry it into town, past the bakery and the general store, to the post office where Mrs. Callahan would greet him with her gentle, "Out in the rain again, Harlan." He could already hear himself answering, "Wouldn't be Miller's Creek without it." For now, though, the letter could wait. The rain was still falling, the fire was still warm, and the night still had room for one more quiet hour before sleep. The fire had burned down to a bed of quiet embers, glowing like the heart of the room. Every so often, one of them would shift, sending up a faint crackle that vanished as quickly as it came. Harlan sat with his hands resting on his knees, the lamplight pooling softly across the floorboards. It was the sort of night that did not demand anything from him. Not his labor, not his decisions, not even his thoughts. It asked only that he be here, in the stillness, listening to the rain. The rhythm outside was steady, a sound so constant that it seemed to have been going on long before he noticed it, and would go on long after he stopped. It blurred the edges of the hours, so that time itself seemed to loosen its grip. From his chair, Harlan could see the narrow bookshelf tucked against the wall. It held a small, familiar library, volumes of poetry with spines softened from years of use, field guides to birds and wildflowers, a few worn novels that had been read aloud during winter nights. Between the books there were small objects, quiet keepers of memory. There was the smooth river stone that Anna had given him when she was 8, holding it out to him with both hands as though it were a rare treasure. "It's the shape of an egg," she'd said, "but it's not from any bird." He had kept it ever since. Its cool, weighty presence a reminder of her small hands in that afternoon by the creek. Beside it was Clara's old thimble, the silver worn thin in places from years of mending clothes by lamplight. He could picture her there, the faint gleam of the thimble catching the firelight as she worked in quiet concentration. The scent of her chamomile tea would drift across the room, mingling with the smell of the wood smoke. These were the sorts of things that didn't seem important to anyone else, yet held whole seasons of life within them. They were like the trees along the creek, rooted in one place, weathering the years without losing their shape. He rose from the chair, moving slowly toward the bookshelf. His fingers brushed over the spines, the familiar textures greeting him like old friends. He pulled down a thin volume bound in green cloth, its title nearly faded from the cover. The poems inside were ones he had read so many times that the pages opened easily to his favorites. He read in a low voice, not to fill the room with words, but to let the sound of them mingle with the rain. The syllables seemed to settle into the air, finding their place among the shadows and lamplight. They spoke of fields in late summer, of apple trees in blossom, of rivers that kept their own counsel. When he finished, he closed the book gently, holding it for a moment before returning it to its place. It was enough just to have spoken the words again, to have sent them out into the night like a soft lantern light. The house seemed to lean into the quiet, as though it too understood the value of these small hours. Harlan crossed to the window and looked out once more. The porch light glowed against the curtain of rain, and beyond it the gravel path gleamed faintly, leading toward the road that curved out of sight. He thought about the way this valley looked in the morning after a night like this, the grass bending under the weight of raindrops, the air carrying that fresh, clean scent that could only come from hours of steady rain. The creek would be full and restless, carrying bits of leaves and twigs downstream, its surface catching the first pale light of dawn. The thought made him smile, though he was in no hurry for morning to come. Nights like this were not meant to be rushed. They were to be lived in fully, with each sound and shadow given its place. He returned to the chair and leaned back, letting his gaze rest on the slow dance of lamplight against the walls. Somewhere beyond the rain, a dog barked once, a brief muffled note in the distance. Then the quiet folded in again. Harlan closed his eyes not because he was ready for sleep, but because he wanted to listen more deeply. The rain was not just falling, it was speaking in its own way, tracing the roof, the porch, the soil, each surface giving it a different voice. The sound wrapped around him like a blanket, warm in its familiarity. His breathing slowed, matching the pace of the night. The ache in his shoulders eased, the lingering weight of the day giving way to something lighter. In the safety of this small house with the rain holding steady outside, he felt no need to reach for anything beyond this moment. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew he would remember this night, not for anything remarkable, but for the way it felt, whole, unbroken, quietly alive. The fire dimmed further, the lamp still burning softly beside him. Harlan remained there, listening to the rain until the edges of his thoughts grew soft and sleep began to find its way to him. By the time the clock in the hallway quietly marked the turning of another hour, the rain had settled into its deepest rhythm. It was the kind of rain that seemed almost eternal, not hurried, not thin, but even impatient, as though it belonged to this night alone and had no interest in tomorrow. Harlan had not lit another log on the fire, but the embers still held their warmth, casting a faint glow along the hearth. From his chair, he could see the shapes of the room in that dim light, the outline of the cupboard, the curve of the wooden rocking chair by the wall, the framed photograph of Clara resting on the mantel. He rose slowly, stretching the stiffness from his back, and stepped toward the mantel. The photograph was in a simple wooden frame, its edges worn smooth over the years. Clara was sitting on the porch in that picture, her hair pulled back loosely, her eyes catching the light in a way that still stopped him for a moment. She wasn't smiling broadly, just that quiet, knowing smile she carried when she was at ease. When the day had gone well and the evening was hers to enjoy, he remembered the day it was taken. Anna had been in the yard, running back and forth with a red ribbon tied to a stick, letting the wind play with it while Clara watched from the porch. Harlan had been standing near the gate, camera in hand, and he'd called out her name just before pressing the shutter. She had looked up, and that was the moment he caught. He set the photograph back in its place, letting his hand rest briefly on the top of the frame before he turned away. The rain tapped against the windows in its steady conversation, sometimes a little louder when a breeze passed through the valley. In the kitchen, the teapot still sat on the stove, its sides holding the last of the day's heat. Harlan poured what remained into his cup, the steam curling upward before fading into the dimness. He carried the cup back to the table near the window and sat, his hands wrapped around the warmth. Outside, the porch light made a small circle in the rain, its glow softened by the mist. Beyond it, the road gleamed faintly, curving out of sight toward the bridge. Somewhere down that way, Past the bend, the creek crossed under the road and slipped into the grove. He thought of the sound it must be making now, full and sure after the hours of rain. There was a comfort in knowing the world was carrying on in its own way. Trees bending under the weight of water, soil drinking deeply, the creek making its way toward places he might never see. It made him feel as though his being here, quiet and still, was part of a larger rhythm, one that didn't depend on him, yet welcomed his presence all the same. He sipped his tea slowly, letting the warmth spread through him. In the corner, the old clock ticked softly, each sound blending into the rain until they were nearly indistinguishable. Harlan's mind drifted to another rainy night, years ago when Anna had been home from school for a long weekend. She had brought her sketchbook with her, pages full of soft pencil lines that showed the fields, the creek, the faces of people she had known since childhood. That night they had sat at this very table, the rain pattering against the windows, while she showed him each drawing in turn. "I can hear it when I look at them," she'd said, her eyes bright with that certainty only youth carries. The sound of here, he had understood. A place could live inside you that way, not just in your memories, but in the sounds, the scents, the way the air felt in certain seasons. The tea was nearly gone now, but he didn't rush. Nights like this were not meant for rushing. They were meant for taking in the way the lamplight fell on the table, the way the wood grain felt beneath your hand, the way the rain seemed to settle deeper into the land as the hours passed. Eventually he rose again, placing the cup in the basin. He left it there, knowing he would wash it in the morning when the gray light of dawn began to creep across the fields. For now, the house was a vessel of warmth in the cool night, and he was content to let it be. Back in the living room, he lowered himself into the chair once more, pulling the old quilt over his legs. The fabric held the faint scent of cedar from the chest where it had been stored, and as he settled into it, he felt a kind of ease that had nothing to do with the fire or the tea. It was the ease of belonging, of knowing you were exactly where you were meant to be. The rain went on, steady and sure, like a companion who would not leave until morning, and in its sound, Harlan found himself loosening his grip on the day, letting the night hold him in its quiet hands. The quilt was warm over Harlan's knees, its weight familiar in a way that felt older than the fabric itself. He let his hand rest along one edge, tracing the worn stitching with the tips of his fingers. It had been Clara's mother's work, each square cut from pieces of clothing that had lived other lives before, being sewn into this hole. A faded check from a work shirt, the corner of a floral dress, a scrap of the curtain that had once hung in their kitchen. Every piece carried its own quiet story, yet here they were together, keeping him warm on a night when the rain felt as if it might never end. The lamplight flickered faintly, not from the wind. It was too steady a night for that, but from the way the oil inside shifted, it cast the room in a living, breathing glow, shadows stretching and settling again across the walls and floor. Harlan listened to the sound of the rain with the care one gives to an old friend's voice. It had a pattern to it now, as though the drops had agreed upon a rhythm, falling with a gentle confidence. There was the high, bright tapping on the tin roof of the porch, the softer thud of drops meeting the soil in the garden, and somewhere further away, the low, unhurried roar of the creek carrying all of it downstream. He closed his eyes for a while and let those sounds be the only thing in the room. They carried him somewhere, not away from here, but deeper into it. He could almost smell the damp grass just beyond the porch, the moss that clung to the stones along the creek's edge. A memory rose quietly, unasked for but welcome. A summer evening long ago when he and Clara had walked down to the creek after a day of light rain. The air had been warm but not heavy, and the water had run clear over the stones, making that same soft sound it made now in the dark. She had picked up her skirts to step across, laughing when the water caught the hem anyway. They'd stood there for a long time, side by side, watching the current slip by. Neither of them had needed to speak. Some moments had their own language. Opening his eyes, Harlan found the room just as he had left it, the quilt still warm, the lamplight steady. But something of that evening by the creek seemed to have followed him here. It was in the stillness of the air, in the gentle insistence of the rain. On the small table beside him sat a shallow wooden bowl, carved years ago from a piece of maple. It held a few simple things: dried sprigs of lavender, a handful of acorns gathered from the old oak at the end of the lane, a smooth pebble the color of river clay. Harlan reached for one of the acorns, rolling it gently in his palm. The cap was still tight, its pattern delicate and precise. He thought of how many seasons it had taken for the tree to drop it, how it might have become a sapling if left in the soil, but instead it had found its way here, into a bowl on a quiet night. The rain pressed on, unhurried. Somewhere in the house, a faint creak marked the settling of the timbers, as if the place itself was taking a deeper breath. Harlan leaned back into the chair, his head resting lightly against the cushion. He thought of Anna, far away in the city, and wondered if she was listening to the rain tonight too. Perhaps it was tapping against her window in some hurried rhythm, swept along by the noise and light of where she lived. Or perhaps she was too far from it, the sound lost to the hum of the streets. He hoped she had some small piece of quiet to call her own. Harlan imagined writing her a letter in the morning. Not about anything important, just the shape of this night, the way the rain had settled into its song, the glow of the lamp on the quilt, the steady warmth in the room. She might not have time to read it right away, but when she did, maybe it would carry a little of this stillness to her. The thought sat well with him. He let it be and closed his eyes again. The rain was steady, the quilt was warm, and there was no place he needed to be but here. The night had settled into itself, as if it had found its balance between darkness and light, between rain and silence. Harlan, still in his chair by the fire, felt as though the house was breathing along with him. Each creak in the timbers like an exhale, each shift in the wind like a slow, deep inhale. Beyond the window, the rain had grown softer, but not weaker. It was a sort of rain that knew how to last the night, thin and even, slipping off leaves and rooftops in a way that sounded like memory itself. His thoughts wandered, as they often did on nights like this, to other rains, other seasons. He thought first of the spring of '68, when the garden had needed so much tending. Clara had been out there in her old boots, the toes worn through just enough that she'd laugh and call them my planting shoes. The rain had come lightly that afternoon, enough to dampen the soil without washing away the seeds. Harlan remembered how she'd worked without hurry, kneeling in the rows, her hands dark with earth, the small green beginnings just barely pushing through. There had been other years when the rain was not so gentle, when it had swept down from the hills in sheets, flooding the low places, leaving driftwood tangled in the fence lines. But even then, when the water was wild, there had been a strange beauty to it. The land seemed to drink deeply, and the air after the storms carried a freshness that made the heart lighter. He thought too of the autumns, when the rain came with a certain hush, as though it was there to ease the fields into their rest. Those were the rains that left the scent of wood smoke hanging in the air, that turned the paths to soft clay underfoot, that made the evenings longer in a way that was welcome. A face came to him then, old Mr. Whitaker, who had lived 2 farms over. He had a porch that wrapped all the way around his house, and on rainy nights he would sit at the far corner where he could watch the water collect in the ditch and flow toward the pasture. Harlan had stopped there once on his way home from town, and found him with a lantern at his feet, whittling a piece of hickory into the shape of a bird. The rain had been steady that night, and the smell of the wet wood shavings had mixed with the damp air. "The trick," Mr. Whitaker had said without looking up, "is not to rush it. The wood tells you where it wants to go." That night had stayed with Harlan, not just the words, but the way the man's hands had moved, sure and unhurried, the rain as much a part of the work as the knife or the wood. He remembered, too, the rains of his boyhood, when Miller's Creek itself had been a place of endless discovery. He and his friends would race along the banks, barefoot, the mud cool between their toes, the water swollen and lively after a storm. They'd catch sight of minnows darting through the shallows, or stand under the overhanging branches where the drops fell heavier, laughing as if the whole world belonged to them. The years had passed, as they always do, but the sound of rain had never lost its hold on him. It was a sound that carried more than water. It carried the weight of days lived quietly, the presence of those who had gone, the promise that life could be simple and still be full. In the dimness of the room, the fire had burned low, leaving a bed of coals that pulsed with the slow red light. Harlan leaned back, letting the quilt slip higher over his chest. His eyes moved to the shelves across the room, where old books stood shoulder to shoulder, their spines faded by years of lamplight. Some had been Clara's, some his own, a few left behind by friends or family who had passed through. He thought of the winter when he and Clara had read through the same book together, each in their own chair, each with a blanket, the rain falling just as it did tonight. They'd paused often, reading certain lines aloud, letting the words hang in the air before turning another page. It wasn't the story itself he remembered so clearly now, but the way her voice had sounded steady and warm, the way the room had felt full without being crowded. The rain tonight carried that same fullness. It was as if the years had folded into one another, so that every rainy night he had ever known was layered here, in this moment. The boy at the creek, the young husband watching his wife in the garden, the neighbor listening to an old man's wisdom, the man now sitting alone in his chair. And yet he didn't feel alone. The rain had a way of drawing the past close, of letting it sit beside you without taking up too much space. Harlan reached for the lamp's knob and turned it down a little, letting the room grow softer. The shadows stretched longer, and the rain outside sounded a touch louder in the quiet. He let his head rest back, the quilt holding him like an old friend's hand. The night would go on. The rain would fall, and in this small, steady corner of the world, there was nothing more he needed than that. The thought of writing a letter had been sitting quietly in Harlan's mind for hours, the way an ember waits in the heart of a fire, never demanding attention, but always ready to warm the hand that reaches for it. Now, as the rain continued its slow conversation with the earth, he leaned forward, setting the quilt aside just far enough to reach the small writing desk in the corner. The desk had belonged to his father, its oak surface worn smooth in places, still bearing the faint marks of a knife where something, maybe twine, maybe a stubborn knot, had been cut long ago. A shallow drawer held a bundle of envelopes, a small tin of stamps, and a stack of cream-colored stationery, edges slightly yellowed by time. Harlan pulled one sheet free and laid it flat, the texture rough under his fingertips. He reached for the fountain pen, its weight familiar, the dark blue ink nearly full in its glass well. He'd refilled it just last month, more out of habit than necessity. There was comfort in small, deliberate acts like that, preparing for words before they ever came. He paused for a long moment before setting the nib to paper. The rain outside had found a steadier rhythm, as though it knew this was a time for quiet thought. The lamp's glow pooled on the page, leaving the rest of the desk in shadow. He began without a salutation. The letter wasn't to anyone in particular, though in his mind he thought of Anna. It was more a keeping of record, a way to set down what the night was holding. The rain began before the sun had set, and it has not hurried itself since. The fields will be thankful in the morning. The creek is speaking low but clear, the way it does when it's sure of its own direction. I am sitting in the chair by the fire, listening, and it feels as if every rainy night I've ever known has folded itself into this one. He paused, the pen tip resting just above the paper, a bead of ink darkening the edge. The quiet pressed in around him, not heavy, but deep. I remember a night much like this one, when you were still small enough to fall asleep on the ride home from church. Your head rested against the window and the rain made patterns there, chasing each other down the glass. I didn't want to wake you when we reached the house, so I sat for a while in the truck, the engine cooling, the rain steady until you stirred on your own. You don't remember it, I'm sure, but I do, I always will. The pen moved slowly, not because the words were difficult, but because each one felt like a step taken barefoot on familiar ground. It's a good night for remembering, not the sharp kind of remembering, but the kind that comes gentle, like the smell of bread from the oven, or the way the air feels before snow. I think of your mother in her old garden coat, of the way she'd hum without meaning to while she worked. I think of the night we first sat together in this very room, listening to the rain, and how she said that some nights feel like they've been waiting for you to arrive. Harlan set the pen down and flexed his hand, the joint stiff but not unkind. He looked at the page, not to edit. He'd never been one to rewrite letters, but to see if it carried what he meant. The words were plain, but they held the shape of the evening. He picked up the pen again. I hope, wherever you are tonight, there is a window nearby. I hope the rain is close enough to hear, and that there is some quiet for you in it. The world will go on in the morning. There will be lists to make and work to do, but tonight belongs to those who let it slow them down. I suppose I'm writing this so you'll know that I'm thinking of you, and that the rain here in Miller's Creek is falling for both of us. When the ink dried, Harlan didn't fold the letter. Instead, he placed it on the corner of the desk, beside the small brass clock. The hour was later than he'd thought, though the night felt as if it could stretch on forever if it wished. He reached for the lamp switch, but stopped just short, leaving it as it was. The glow seemed part of the letter now, part of the rain. Some things didn't need finishing all at once. The quilt welcomed him back as he sat, pulling it high over his shoulders. The fire was only embers now, the orange light faint against the stone hearth. Outside, The rain tapped gently against the eaves, steady and patient. Harlan closed his eyes, and for a moment, it was as if the whole of Miller's Creek was leaning in to listen. Houses, fields, and creek alike, sharing the same breath, the same unhurried heartbeat. The letter would wait until morning. The rain would not, and so he let it have the rest of the night. Morning arrived quietly, as though it had been walking barefoot through the fields before reaching the house. The rain had not gone entirely, but had softened itself into a light mist, a breath that drifted over the land and lingered in the low places. From his chair, Harlan could see the pale gray of the sky through the window. No sunrise to speak of, only a gentle brightening that seemed content to take its time. He rose slowly, the quilt slipping from his shoulders, and made his way to the front door. The wood was cool under his palm as he opened it, and the air that met him was rich with the smell of wet earth. It was the kind of scent that seemed to sink straight into the chest, carrying with it the quiet assurance that the land was alive and well. The porch boards were damp, beating with tiny droplets that caught the muted light. Beyond the steps, the yard glistened in a patchwork of puddles, each holding its own small reflection of the sky. He could hear the creek before he saw it, its voice a little stronger now, fed by the night's rain. It wasn't the urgent rush of spring floods, but the measured talk of water finding its way home. Harlan stepped out, letting the cool air wrap around him. His boots left soft impressions in the earth as he walked toward the garden. The rows were dark and rich, the mulch settled low between them. He noticed the cabbage leaves holding pools of rainwater, the surface trembling when a drop fell from the brim of a nearby leaf. Along the fence, the late chrysanthemums bowed slightly under the weight of moisture, their petals deep with color. At the far edge of the garden, where the path curved toward the barn, he paused. The sycamore tree stood there, its pale bark bright against the gray morning. Beneath it, the ground was scattered with wet leaves, amber, russet, and brown, each one softened at the edges, each one carrying the night's rain like a quiet secret. He bent to pick one up, turning it between his fingers. The veins were still clear, delicate as the lines on an old hand. He thought of Clara again, not in the sharp way that hurt, but in the way a familiar song might return on a slow afternoon. She had always loved mornings after rain, when the world seemed freshly made. He could see her in his mind standing on this very path, her hair pulled back, her eyes on the horizon as though she was listening for something beyond it. From the barn came the soft sound of a pigeon shifting on its roost. Harlan followed the path toward the door, sliding it open just enough to step inside. The air smelled of hay and old wood, with a faint sweetness from the feed bins. Dust motes floated lazily in the dim light, drifting down from the rafters like the slowest of snowfalls. In the corner, the pitchfork leaned where he'd left it, its tine still carrying a bit of straw. The sight of it made him think of the steady work that filled most days, chores that didn't announce themselves but waited, patiently to be done. There was comfort in knowing that the land asked for nothing more than your hands and your time. After checking the feed, he stepped back outside, closing the barn door behind him. The mist was lifting now, revealing more of the fields beyond. The stubble from the last harvest shone faintly, each stem tipped with a bead of water. Somewhere in the distance a crow called once, its voice carrying across the open ground. Harlan walked slowly toward the creek. The grass along the bank was heavy with rain, brushing against his boots. The water moved with purpose, dark in the deeper places, silver where it broke over stones. He stood there for a long time, watching a single leaf spin gently in an eddy before being drawn downstream. It struck him how many mornings like this had come and gone, each one carrying its own quiet weight. He could not hold them all, nor would he want to. It was enough to stand here now, to breathe in the damp air, to feel the world at peace with itself. Turning back toward the house, he noticed the porch light still faintly glowing against the soft gray. He'd forgotten to switch it off last night, but somehow it felt right to leave it on a little longer. There was a kindness in that glow, a reminder that even in the slowest mornings, there was light enough to guide you home. Inside, the fire had gone out, leaving only a faint warmth in the hearth. Harlan set water to boil and measured coffee into the old enamel pot. The sound of the kettle beginning to hum joined the gentle patter of mist against the windows. When the coffee was ready, he poured it into a thick ceramic mug, the steam rising like another kind of morning fog. He sat back in his chair, the letter from the night before still resting on the desk where he'd left it. The paper looked different in the daylight, less like a private thought, more like something that might one day find its way into another set of hands. Outside, the rain had almost stopped, but the world still carried the softness it had given. Harlan took a slow sip, feeling the warmth spread through him, and thought of how the day ahead would be like so many before it. Quiet, steady, made up of small moments that would stay with him long after the sun went down again. And somewhere beyond the hills, perhaps, the rain was still falling for someone else, carrying the same kind of peace it had brought here to Miller's Creek. The morning had settled into that gentle stillness that follows a night of steady rain. The mist had almost lifted, though here and there it clung to the dips in the land and the hollows between the hills. Harlan had finished his second cup of coffee and was halfway through mending a loose button on his old flannel shirt when he heard the soft rumble of tires on wet gravel. It wasn't often someone came up the lane this early. He looked out the front window and saw Earl Jenkins' old green pickup easing to a stop near the sycamore. Earl climbed out slowly, the brim of his cap pulled low, a paper-wrapped parcel in his hand. Harlan stepped onto the porch, button still dangling from the needle in his fingers. "Mornin', Earl," he called. "Morning," Earl replied, his voice carrying that easy drawl that always seemed to belong to the land as much as to the man. "Thought I'd bring you something before I forgot." The two met at the bottom of the steps, where the earth was still soft underfoot. Earl held out the parcel. It was warm to the touch. "Fresh from the oven," he said. "Mary baked too much bread again. Figured you wouldn't turn it down." Harlan smiled, the kind of smile that settled into his eyes as well as his mouth. "You figured right. Smells like home already." They didn't rush the exchange. Earl stayed there with his hands in his pockets, looking past Harlan toward the creek, which was still murmuring from the rain. "Water's up a bit," Earl noted. "Enough to keep the cattle from crossing in the low pasture," Harlan said, "but not so much to worry about." They stood in companionable silence for a while, watching a blue jay hop along the wet fence rail. The bird shook itself once, sending droplets into the air that caught the pale light. Earl glanced at the porch. "You still keep that old rocker by the window?" "Wouldn't be the same house without it," Harlan replied. "You've sat there enough to know." "That I have," Earl said, his mouth curving just slightly. "Sat there the night your Clara made that apple pie with the crust so light it barely held together. Can't say I've tasted one like it since." The mention of Clara wasn't heavy between them. It was simply part of the conversation, as natural as talking about the weather or the state of the crops. They walked up to the porch together, Harlan pushing open the screen door. Inside, the air was warm and faintly scented with the last of the coffee. Harlan placed the bread on the kitchen table, unwrapping it just enough to let the steam rise. "You'll take a slice before you go," he said, already reaching for a knife. Earl chuckled. "Wouldn't say no to that." Harlan cut 2 thick slices, laying them on chipped plates. He fetched a small jar of honey from the cupboard, the kind Clara used to keep for visitors, and set it between them. They sat at the table, the bread soft under their hands, the honey slow to pour. Neither man felt the need to fill every pause. The sound of the creek drifted in through the slightly open window, mingling with the faint creak of the house settling into the day. "You hear from Anna lately?" Earl asked after a time. "Got a letter a few weeks back," Harlan said. "She's working in town now, says the noise takes some getting used to, but she's got a little balcony, says she can hear the rain on it when she leaves the door open." "That's something," Earl said. "Rain sounds the same wherever you are, I reckon." "Maybe," Harlan replied, "but I like it best here." They ate slowly, the bread still warm enough to melt the honey as it touched. When they finished, Earl pushed his plate back and rested his forearms on the table. "You know," he said, "morning like this makes a man think the world's still in good working order." Harlan nodded. "It is, most days. You just have to look in the right places." When Earl rose to leave, Harlan walked him back out to the truck. The ground was drying now, and a thin ribbon of sunlight had begun to push through the clouds in the east. Earl paused before getting in. "You come by the place sometime," he said. "Mary's talking about making that stew you like." "I'll do that," Harlan promised. Earl tipped his cap, climbed in, and drove off slowly, the sound of the truck fading into the soft hum of the morning. Harlan stood there for a moment longer, the warmth of the bread still lingering in his hands. Then he turned back toward the house, the porch boards creaking under his weight. Inside, the empty plate sat on the table, the honey jar catching the light. Outside, the rain had given way to the kind of morning that felt like it would hold steady for hours. Quiet, patient, and sure of itself. And in that steady light, Miller's Creek seemed not just a place, but a presence. One that kept company as faithfully as an old friend. By the time the afternoon had deepened into that quiet stretch between daylight and dusk, the air had taken on the scent of damp earth and wood smoke drifting from distant chimneys. Harlan had finished his chores earlier than expected. The tools were put away, the hens had been fed, and the stove in the kitchen held a small, steady fire. He settled into the old rocker by the window, a familiar companion on days like this. The quilt lay folded across his knees, not yet needed for warmth, but there all the same, just in case the evening turned cooler. Outside, the rain had begun again, this time lighter, as though it didn't mean to stay long but wanted to leave its touch on the land before night. The sound of it against the glass stirred something in him, a memory tucked away for years but never entirely gone. It was from a spring decades ago when he and Clara were still young enough to feel as if time belonged entirely to them. He could see it as clearly as if he were looking out on it now. The two of them walking back from the south pasture, boots heavy with mud, the clouds already lowering in the west. She had her hair tied up under a scarf, the loose ends lifting in the breeze, and he remembered thinking, even then, that there was something about her presence that made the landscape seem more itself. The rain had come on quickly that day, warm and sure, soaking them through before they'd reached the barn. He'd pulled her by the hand, laughing, though the mud tugged at their steps. They'd taken shelter inside, among the smell of hay and the low sounds of the animals shifting in their stalls. Clara had unknotted her scarf and shaken out her hair, droplets falling from it like a second rain. She'd been smiling, not the polite smile she wore at church, nor the quick one she gave when answering the telephone, but the deep, unguarded kind that seemed to belong only to certain moments. They'd stayed there until the rain softened, leaning against the smooth boards of the stall door, watching as the water pooled just beyond the threshold. She'd reached into his coat pocket for his handkerchief, not to dry herself but to wipe a smudge of dirt from his cheek. It was such a small thing, but even now, in the quiet of his chair, it came back to him with a vividness that warmed him from the inside out. He remembered, too, the walk back to the house. Her arm looped through his, the two of them moving slowly, not because the ground was slick, but because neither of them was in a hurry to leave that moment behind. The air had been full of the scents of rain on new grass, and the faint sweetness of plum blossoms drifting from the orchard. Back in the present, Harlan let the memory settle into him like an extra layer of warmth. The rain outside had shifted to a fine mist, the kind that blurs the edges of things, the fence line, the distant treetops, until the whole world seemed softened. He thought about how many rains had fallen on Nurutsa's Miller's Creek since that day. Some had been hard and unrelenting, others brief and barely noticed, but this one, with its gentle persistence, felt closer to that afternoon so many years ago, as if time itself had folded to let the two moments touch. The clock on the mantel ticked softly, each sound an even step into the evening. Somewhere beyond the window a mourning dove called once, its voice low and steady. Harlan breathed in deeply, letting the air fill his chest, then exhaled as though releasing not just the breath, but some of the weight he carried. In the quiet, he imagined what Clara might have said if she were here now. Likely something simple. She'd never been one for speeches, but it would have been enough. She might have commented on the way the rain made the lilacs nod their heads in the yard, or how the grass at the edge of the creek was greener than it had been yesterday. She might have reached for his hand without saying anything at all. Outside, the light was beginning to shift, the clouds opening just enough to let a pale glow spill over the fields. The mist caught it, turning the air to silver. Harlan watched as the first fireflies began their slow, erratic dance in the yard. He stayed in the rocker a while longer, the rhythm of the rain and the memory moving together in him. There was no rush to rise, no pressing task, only the comfort of the moment and the quiet company of a day that had given him back a piece of his past. When the lamplight came on, soft, amber, and familiar, it felt as though the house itself was leaning in to hold the evening steady. The evening deepened in slow degrees, as it always did in late spring, more a gentle leaning into night than any sudden descent. The rain had eased to a soft patter by the time Harlan decided to rise from the old rocker. His knees protested in their familiar way, a muted ache that no longer surprised him. He stood for a moment, letting the quiet room steady around him before moving toward the hearth. The fire there had burned low, its embers faintly pulsing beneath the ash. Harlan took up the poker and coaxed them into life, shifting the blackened logs until the glow brightened. He reached into the small pile of split wood stacked neatly nearby, oak and hickory, cut last autumn and left to dry under the shed roof. and chose 2 pieces that felt just right in his hands. When he set them on the grate, the flames accepted them slowly, licking up their sides with a patience that matched the night. He stayed there for a while, crouched on one knee, listening to the gentle crackle of the new fire. The warmth began to spread outward, touching the edges of the room. In the lamplight, the shadows cast by the flames trembled across the worn rug and the hearthstones Clara had scrubbed so many times over the years. It was the sort of simple task she would have done herself once, tending the fire, keeping the house warm against the damp. Harlan felt the quiet weight of her absence in moments like this, not as an ache exactly, but as a soft hollow that made him move more carefully, as though he were carrying something fragile. His gaze drifted to the mantel. Among the few items arranged there was a small iron kettle, blackened with age, that Clara had used to warm cider in the colder months. He remembered her standing there on evenings much like this one, wrapping her hands around the handle with a cloth so she could pour the steaming liquid into 2 mugs. Sometimes they drank it in silence, watching the fire together. Other times they talked about the smallest things, the way the frost lay on the pasture that morning, or how the blue jays seemed louder than usual that week. On a quiet impulse, Harlan fetched the kettle from its place and brushed the dust from its surface. He filled it halfway from the pitcher on the counter, then set it over the flame. It would take a while to warm, but he didn't mind. Waiting was its own kind of company. While the kettle murmured over the fire, he went to the cupboard and found a small jar of dried apple slices, their scent faint but still sweet. He crumbled a few into each of the 2 mugs he set out, adding a pinch of cinnamon from the tin beside the sugar. It wasn't quite cider, but the heat would draw the fragrance out of the apples, and the cinnamon would fill the room the way it used to when Clara was here. When the water began to steam, he poured it carefully, watching as the apple pieces swirled and the cinnamon floated in soft curls. He carried 1 mug to the small table by his chair and, without really thinking, set the other on the low table across from him where Clara used to sit. The gesture was quiet, almost unthinking, but it brought a surprising warmth to his chest. He lowered himself into the rocker again, hands wrapped around the mug, breathing in the scent that rose from it. The rain outside had nearly stopped now, leaving the air with that still, fresh quality that always followed a long, gentle shower. Beyond the window, the yard lay dark and soft-edged, the grass silvered by the faint light that lingered even after the sun had gone. For a while, he sipped slowly, letting the warmth move through him. He found himself speaking in a low voice, not quite to the empty room, but to the space where she had been. It wasn't anything planned, just small remarks about the day, the way the rain had settled in, the memory of the plum blossoms he'd noticed along the fence row. There was no answer, of course, but the quiet seemed to hold his words with a kind of understanding. When he finished, the fire had grown strong again, its light playing softly against the walls. The second mug sat untouched across from him, but it didn't feel lonely. Instead, it seemed part of the moment's completeness, as if some things were meant to be shared, whether or not the other hand was there to receive them. Harlan leaned back, feeling the chair rock gently beneath him. The rain might start again before morning, or it might not. Either way, the night would go on, carrying with it the steady comfort of the fire, the scent of cinnamon and apple, and the quiet presence of all the evenings that had come before. The rain returned some time after midnight, soft at first, like a quiet conversation held just beyond the porch. Harlan had not gone to bed yet. He'd been sitting by the fire for hours, letting the rhythm of the flames and the warmth against his knees keep him company. The second mug of apple tea still sat on the low table opposite him, the cinnamon now settled at the bottom, but its faint sweetness still drifted into the room when the fire breathed just right. He watched the window without really meaning to, the glass blurred by mist, until a single drop slid down and caught the glow of the lamp. The sight stirred something familiar, not in the present moment, but from a night many years ago, before the house had known the sound of emptiness. It had been a spring much like this one, when the days were slow to turn warm and the rain came often, coaxing green from the ground. Clara had been sitting across from him, her feet tucked beneath her in the old armchair, knitting something for one of the neighbor's children. The rain that night had been heavier, drumming steadily on the roof, pooling in the low places of the yard. He remembered the way the light had touched her hair, turning the stray strands near her cheek into threads of gold. She'd been telling him about a dream she'd had, something about walking through the orchard while the trees were in bloom. In the dream, she said, the blossoms had been so thick they brushed her shoulders as she passed, and the air had been heavy with their fragrance. "What do you think it means?" she had asked, looking at him with that half-smile that always made her seem younger than her years. "I think it means you miss the spring we haven't had yet," he'd answered, and she'd laughed, softly, the way she did when she was pleased but didn't want to admit it. They had sat like that for a long while, the rain a steady presence around them, until the fire had burned low. At some point she'd set aside her knitting and gone to fetch a blanket, draping it across both their laps before curling into the corner of the chair. He'd moved closer and they'd watched the flames together, saying little. The memory was so clear that for a moment Harlan could almost smell the faint sweetness of apple blossoms mingling with the scent of wet earth. He could feel the weight of the blanket across his knees, the warmth of her hand resting there. A small smile touched his face before he even realized it. The years had a way of thinning some memories, wearing them smooth until only the strongest parts remained. This one was whole, untouched, as though it had been set aside carefully somewhere in his mind. The rain outside thickened, its voice deepening as it found the gutters and the eaves. Harlan leaned back, letting the chair rock gently. He thought about how many nights had passed since that one, how many springs had come and gone. Yet here he was in the same room, listening to the same rain, with the same fire holding back the dark. He wondered if perhaps that was what she'd meant all those years ago when she spoke about her dream, that some seasons return not because of the calendar, but because they live quietly inside you, waiting for a night when the world slows enough for them to be heard again. The fire shifted, sending a brief flare of light across the room. Harlan glanced toward the mantel, where a small photograph in a wooden frame sat among the other keepsakes. It was from their first spring in the house, taken in the yard, when the grass was still patchy and the plum tree barely in leaf. They were younger, leaning into each other in that easy way people do before they've learned what distance feels like. He reached out and took the photograph in his hands, holding it close enough to see the tiny details. The crease in her skirt where she'd been sitting, the way his own hand rested at the small of her back. The image was black and white, but his mind supplied the colors. Her dress, the soft blue of summer sky, the grass a muted green, the light warm but not yet strong. Setting the frame back in its place, Harlan let out a slow breath. The rain would be with him for the rest of the night, and he was glad for it. It filled the space his words no longer needed to reach, and it carried him gently back to a time when every sound, every glance had been a promise. He sipped what was left of his tea, now cool but still carrying the ghost of cinnamon, and closed his eyes. The fire's glow pressed softly against his eyelids, and the rain's voice grew steady, like the heartbeat of the night. Somewhere beyond the fields, the creek moved with quiet purpose, winding its way through the dark as it had for longer than he'd been alive. And in that unhurried rhythm, in the mingling of rain and memory, Harlan found the kind of peace that asked nothing more than to be felt. The clock on the mantel had just eased past 1 when Harlan decided to stand. The fire was still burning low, its embers glowing like small islands in a sea of shadow, but the room had grown close with its warmth. He carried his empty mug into the kitchen, rinsed it under the tap, and set it on the wooden counter beside the sink. The familiar sound of rain against the windows had shifted, less a patter now, more a steady sweep, as if the sky had settled into the rhythm it meant to keep until morning. He walked to the front door, turned the brass knob, and stepped out onto the porch. The cool air met him first, damp and clean, carrying the mingled scents of rain-soaked soil, cedar shingles, and the faint sweetness of something blooming unseen in the dark. The old porch boards creaked softly under his weight, answering him the way they had for decades. He stood still a moment, letting the quiet sink in, not the absence of sound, but the presence of 100 small ones, water sliding off the eaves, the muted plink of drops into the half-full barrel by the steps, the hushed rush of the creek as it moved unseen beyond the yard. The lamplight behind him stretched into the rain, catching on each falling thread so that the night shimmered faintly, as if the darkness itself were alive and breathing. Out in the yard, the ground was stippled with shallow pools, each one holding a trembling reflection of the porch light. Harlan leaned a hand against the porch post and watched the ripples spread in those little pools when a drop found them. He remembered being a boy in his grandfather's yard, walking barefoot in summer storms, his toes curling into the mud, the thrill of cool rain running down his back. Back then, storms had felt like visitors, rare, welcome, and full of secrets. The memory stirred an ache that was not sadness exactly, but something softer. He thought about how many porches he'd stood on since then, how many rains he'd watched alone and in company. He could see Clara again, from one late August years ago, stepping out beside him with her hair undone, lifting her face to the downpour without a word. She had laughed, full and unguarded, when the hem of her dress clung to her calves. Without thinking, he moved down the porch steps and let his boots meet the damp earth. The yard was darker here, the rain louder, but the glow from the porch still reached him in gentle measure. He walked toward the fence line where the sycamore stood, its pale trunk gleaming in the wet night. Each leaf trembled under the weight of water, releasing a drop now and then that found its way to the ground. He paused beneath its branches, looking toward the dark shape of the creek. The sound of moving water was clearer here, the steady, unhurried flow like the breathing of the land itself. He had always loved how the creek's voice changed with the seasons, sharp and quick in spring, heavy and deliberate in autumn, almost whispering in winter. Tonight, it was somewhere between, a steady companion to the rain. Harlan closed his eyes and let the damp air settle on his face. There was a comfort in standing still like this, in knowing the house was only a few steps away, and that the rain could not truly harm him. He thought about how many people in town were asleep now, how many were lying awake, listening to the same storm. The thought made the world feel smaller, as if the rain itself were a thread stitching them all into the same quiet quilt of night. After a while, he turned back toward the porch, his boots leaving soft impressions in the wet grass. From here, the house looked as it always had, solid, weathered, but warm in the lamplight. It was the sort of view you might imagine when thinking of home. The glow of welcome, the shape of something known, the sense that once you stepped inside, you would be held safe. He climbed the steps again, brushed a hand along the smooth curve of the railing, and lingered one last moment at the edge before going in. The air in the house met him like a gentle embrace, faint with the scent of the fire, the wood of the walls, the tea he'd left cooling earlier. He closed the door softly behind him and stood in the entry, listening as the rain continued its unbroken song outside. It would be there for him in the morning, he knew, still touching the windows, still moving through the trees. For now, he let it keep him company in its own way, carrying with it the memories it always seemed to draw up from the quiet places in his heart. And when he returned to his chair by the fire, he didn't try to read or think too hard. He simply sat, letting the sound of rain fill the spaces between the crackle of the embers until the rhythm of it all began to ease him toward rest. By the time the first pale hints of dawn began to stretch across the horizon, the rain had not yet tired of its quiet work. It fell in a softer rhythm now, as if it too was winding down, preparing to hand the day over to the light. Harlan stirred in his chair, the blanket slipping a little from his shoulders. He had drifted somewhere between sleep and waking in the hours before morning, not truly resting, but not entirely present either. The fire had burned low, its last embers pulsing faintly under a soft layer of ash. The room held that particular stillness that belongs only to the earliest hour, when night is still reluctant to leave, and day has yet to claim its full shape. He rose slowly, his knees reminding him of the years they'd carried, and made his way to the kitchen. The floorboards felt cool beneath his socks, a small but grounding sensation. He filled the kettle, placed it on the stove, and struck a match to the burner. The soft pop and rush of the flame sounded louder than usual in the quiet house. While the water began to warm, Harlan stepped to the window above the sink. Beyond the glass, the field stretched out, low and dark, their edges blurred by the lingering mist. The creek, though hidden, betrayed its presence by the faint glint of moving water and the low, even murmur that drifted across the damp air. The old sycamore stood steady, its branches heavy with rain, each drop catching a whisper of the coming light before letting go. Somewhere in the midst of that still view, an old morning came to mind, one from decades ago when Clara was still here, and the house seemed fuller in ways he could not name. It had been spring then, though the air had felt much like this, cool, damp, carrying the scent of turned earth and wet grass. He had woken to the sound of rain just as he did now, and found her in the kitchen with her hair loosely tied, humming an unhurried tune as she sliced bread. The kettle had been steaming then too, and the smell of coffee had filled the small space. He remembered how she had looked up and smiled at him, not the wide kind meant for company, but the softer one she seemed to keep only for moments like that. They had eaten in companionable quiet, the sound of rain like a thread running through their morning. Later, she had stepped onto the porch with her mug in hand, tilting it slightly to feel the heat against her fingers while she looked out at the yard. The memory was not heavy with loss. Not now. It came to him more like a worn quilt, something well used, carrying the warmth of all the mornings it had covered. He let it rest over him a while, knowing that some memories were best left unshaken from their place. The kettle's whistle pulled him gently back. He poured the hot water over the waiting tea leaves, the steam rising in small, fragrant clouds. Carrying the mug to the table, he sat and took the first slow sip, letting the warmth spread into his hands and chest. Through the window, the day's light began to gather itself, cautious at first, as if unsure it was welcome. The rain caught it here and there, scattering it into silver threads that stitched across the view. The mist in the lower field started to lift, revealing the soft contours of the land, familiar as the lines on his own palm. It occurred to Harlan that mornings like this were not meant to be hurried. They asked nothing of him but to notice. The way the rain softened every sound, the way the air smelled of earth and green things, the way the light moved slowly as if it too wanted to linger in the comfort of the in-between. When he had finished his tea, he stayed at the table, his hands cupped around the empty mug, simply listening. The rain, the creak, the occasional sigh of wind against the eaves, all of it folded into a single steady presence. There was a peace in knowing that the day ahead would hold no urgency. The work, whatever it might be, could wait. For now, the only task worth tending was to sit, breathe, and let the rain write its patient story against the windows. And so, as the light finally began to push back the night, Harlan felt no rush to stand. He let the morning come on its own terms, as it always had, and allowed himself to meet it with the same unhurried grace. By the time the morning had settled fully over Miller's Creek, the rain had softened to the gentlest of drizzles, the kind that barely marked the air yet left everything it touched wrapped in a silvery sheen. The world outside Harlan's window seemed as though it had been freshly painted in shades of soft green and muted brown, each hue deepened by the long night soaking. The creek, now visible through the thinning mist, moved with unhurried purpose, its surface catching small glimmers of light where the clouds thinned enough to let the sun through. Harlan remained at the table long after his tea had cooled, watching the quiet shift of the day. The old farmhouse seemed to breathe with him, its familiar walls holding the weight of the years without complaint. Each creak in the floorboards, each sigh from the chimney, was a sound he knew by heart. After a while, he rose and moved slowly toward the porch. The air that greeted him was cool and damp, carrying with it the smell of wet leaves and earth. He stepped out beneath the shelter of the roof, careful not to let the rain find its way down the back of his collar. From here, the land opened before him in its quiet expanse, fields bordered by the dark lines of fences, the sycamores standing guard over the bend in the creek, the low hills beyond fading into a haze. He leaned against the porch railing, his hands resting on the worn wood, and let his eyes travel the length of the familiar view. How many mornings had he stood here like this in all seasons? Too many to count, and yet not one the same as another. Some had been edged with frost, others with the haze of midsummer, and still others, like this one, draped in the slow grace of rain. The memory of Clara returned again, not as a sharp ache, but as a gentle presence. She had loved days like this, when the world outside seemed to pause, and the house felt wrapped in a kind of protective hush. He could almost hear her voice, low and warm, suggesting they keep the lamps lit all day, just for the comfort of it. He imagined, for a moment, that she might step out onto the porch beside him, her hand brushing his as she leaned on the railing. She would notice things he hadn't yet, how the rain left tiny beads clinging to the tips of the grass, how the damp bark of the sycamore deepened to nearly black, how the air smelled faintly of cedar from the split logs stacked by the shed. Harlan stayed there, letting the morning stretch itself slowly forward. A pair of crows moved across the far field, their dark shapes stark against the pale fog. Somewhere closer, the soft clatter of a loose tin sheet on the shed roof tapped in rhythm with the rain. The sound did not bother him. It was a reminder that even in the stillest of days, the world kept making its quiet music. He thought briefly about the small tasks he might tend to before evening, the checking of the chicken coop, the tightening of the gate latch by the lane, but there was no urgency in the thought. The day could hold them just as it held the soft rain and the easy drift of clouds. A sudden shift in the light drew his eyes toward the eastern horizon, where a pale gold glow was beginning to press through the gray. The change was subtle, not a breaking, but a blending, as if the sky were slowly remembering the shape of the sun. The sight filled him with a calm that settled deeper than words. Standing there, Harlan realized that days like this were not meant to be measured in hours or tasks. They were made for something quieter, simply noticing, simply being, letting the world move around him at its own pace. The rain had slowed to a near whisper now, barely enough to ripple the surface of the puddles gathered along the porch steps. When at last he turned to go back inside, it was with the unhurried ease of someone who knew there was nothing pressing to return to. The warmth of the house would meet him. The old chair by the window would wait, and beyond the walls, Miller's Creek would keep on flowing, carrying with it the steady, unending story of this place. By the time the afternoon began its slow descent toward evening, the light outside had taken on a softer, more diffused hue. The last threads of rain had all but vanished, leaving behind a damp stillness that seemed to rest over the land like a quilt. The earth, dark and rich from the long soak, gave off that scent of renewal that always came after a rain, something deep and grounding, the smell of roots and fallen leaves in distant woods. Inside the farmhouse, the day had unfolded without hurry. Harlan had spent part of it near the kitchen stove, a book open in his lap, but his eyes often drifting to the window, where the creek's surface shone like pewter under the dimming sky. He read in small stretches, letting the words settle between glances out at the world beyond the glass. By late afternoon, he decided to step outside once more. The porch boards were cool beneath his feet, and the damp air brushed against his skin like a familiar hand. The sycamore by the bend in the creek stood silent now, its broad leaves glistening with the remnants of rain. Beyond it, the fields stretched out in muted colors, their edges soft in the fading light. He took the path down toward the water, each step sinking slightly into the softened earth. Here and there, the ground bore small pools where the rain had gathered, reflecting the pale, low clouds above. The sound of the creek reached him before he saw it, steady and unhurried, weaving its quiet song through the stillness. When he reached the bank, Harlan paused. The water slid past in a smooth, constant motion, as it had for years beyond memory. Watching it, he felt the same peace he always did, a reminder that some things in the world did not demand more than they were given. The creek had no need to hurry. It simply went on, carrying with it fallen leaves, the reflections of trees, and the occasional ripple from a passing fish. He lingered there, breathing in the cool, damp air, and thought of Clara again, not in the way that brought a heavy ache, but as a quiet warmth that lived just behind his ribs. She would have loved this moment, he knew. She would have noticed the way the water caught the last light of day, the way the air seemed to hush itself before evening, the way the first hint of wood smoke from a neighbor's chimney folded into the breeze. After a while, he turned back toward the house, walking slowly, letting the quiet seep into him. The porch light had already been switched on, its golden glow spilling across the steps. It was a small light, but on nights like this, it seemed to hold the whole world in its reach. Inside, the house welcomed him with its familiar warmth. He set a small kettle on the stove for tea, the faint rattle of its lid blending with the ticking of the old wall clock. Outside the windows, dusk was deepening. The horizon had turned to a soft line of blues and grays, and the first stars, faint but steady, had begun to appear. When the tea was ready, he carried the mug to his favorite chair by the window. The lamplight pooled around him, casting gentle shadows that swayed with the movement of the flame. He settled in, the steam rising in slow curls from the cup, and let his gaze drift to the porch light glowing against the encroaching night. The quiet wrapped around him like a familiar blanket. He thought of how many nights he had ended like this, some with rain, some with snow, some with the chorus of summer crickets, and how each had been its own kind of gift. The world outside could turn and change as it liked. Within these walls there was room for stillness, for memory, for the simple act of being present. The rain had passed, but its presence lingered in the darkened sheen of the earth, in the softened air, in the way the creek moved with renewed strength. Harlan took a slow sip of tea, the warmth spreading through him, and let the weight of the day settle gently into rest. Somewhere far off, an owl called, low and deliberate. The sound seemed to mark the moment, the way a bookmark rests between pages, holding the place, keeping the story safe until it is opened again. As he sat there, Harlan felt the steady rhythm of his own breath match the quiet pulse of the house, the land, the creek. Everything was as it should be. The night would come, and he would meet it not with restlessness, but with the calm acceptance of one who had seen many nights and knew their worth. The porch light shone on, a steady beacon against the soft dark, as the first true quiet of night gathered over Miller's Creek. And in that quiet, there was no longing, no rush, only the gentle certainty that this moment, like the rain, like the years, would leave its mark in the most tender way. And so, as the night settles fully over Miller's Creek, the last trace of rain fading into the hush of the dark, we leave Harlan in the quiet warmth of his home. The porch light glows softly against the stillness, a small and steady reminder that even in the deepest hours, there is a place where peace lingers. May that same light find its way to you tonight, soft, unhurried, and kind. Sleep well, dear friend. Let the weight of the day fall away, like rain sliding from the leaves, until nothing remains but the steady rhythm of your breath and the comfort of knowing you are safe here. May your dreams carry you gently through the night, and may you wake to a morning touched with calm and light. If you found comfort in tonight's story, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Tell me, what story would you like me to tell next? Your words might just become the beginning of another quiet night together. you.